Good afternoon. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Opens Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on July 16, 2024, at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers, located on second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be made available to the public in accordance with the Opens Meetings Act. Mayor, it is now 5:02 p.m. You may now call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Marina. Being that we do have a quorum present, I'd like to call this evening's City Commission meeting to order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is invocation. This will be done by Monsignor Aviles first, and then it will be followed by Monsignor Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, we come before you in gratitude for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. As we gather here today for this Brownsville City Commission meeting, we seek your guidance and wisdom. Grant us the insight to make decisions that reflect your will and serve the common good of our community. Help us to act with justice, integrity, and compassion in all that we do. Bless our leaders with the strength and clarity needed to tackle the challenges we face. May they be instruments of your peace, promoting harmony and understanding among all people. We ask for your protection over our city, its residents, and all who work tirelessly to improve our community. Fill us with the courage to stand up for what is right and the humility to listen to one another with open hearts and minds. Lord, we place our trust in you and ask that you watch over us, guide us, and bless us in our endeavors. We make these prayers through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Padre Dios, que a través de San Pablo nos mandas orar por los gobernantes y por los que tienen autoridad, para que todos podamos llevar una vida digna y en paz. Unidos en Jesús como hermanos, te pedimos la luz del Espíritu Santo para estos hijos tuyos que forman el cabildo de la ciudad de Brownsville. Asístelos para que, determinando todo aquello que sea bueno y agradable a tu vista, administren en paz y bondad el poder que tú les has dado y alcancen tu favor. Amén.
Next is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas. Nation and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Next are proclamations. Proclamation recognizing Most Reverend Daniel E. Flores, STD, Bishop of Brownsville, and Bishop Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia, Bishop of Matamoros.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here with us. I don't think we could have anticipated the events that would unfold in this country prior to scheduling this, but I think in light of that, it's with even greater importance that we honor you for your work and remember that loving our fellow man should be primary among all of us. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the humanitarian efforts Monsignor Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia, the Obispo de la Diócesis de Matamoros, and Most Reverend Daniel E. Flores, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Brownsville. Whereas in our community, we are privileged to witness the profound impact of dedicated individuals who embody compassion and service to humanity, and whereas at a time in our world where we witness daily the effect of tragedy and suffering, which brings people from around the world to our border region in the hopes of finding a better life for themselves and their families, Bishops Daniel E. Flores and Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia, through their unwavering commitment to serving the needs of the vulnerable and marginalized, have exemplified the ideals of humanitarianism. And whereas Bishops Daniel E. Flores and Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia have consistently demonstrated profound empathy, providing solace and support to those in times of adversity and need, regardless of creed, background, or circumstance. And whereas their leadership within the region fosters unity, compassion, and understanding among diverse groups, inspiring countless individuals to join in acts of charity and goodwill. And whereas Bishops Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia and Daniel E. Flores' tireless advocacy for social justice, education, healthcare initiatives, and goodwill toward their fellow man has significantly improved the quality of life for many within our region. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby honor and recognize the Most Reverend Daniel E. Flores, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Brownsville, and Monsignor Eugenio Andres Lira Garcia, the Obispo de la Diócesis de Matamoros, for their exceptional contributions as humanitarians dedicated to uplifting the human spirit, serving as a beacon of hope and inspiration to us all, and encourage all Brownsville citizens to join us in this recognition and to be inspired by their works and dedication to their fellow man. Done this 16th day of July, 2024, signed the Mayor and City Commissioners of the City of Brownsville, Texas. And gentlemen, if either of you would like to say a few words, please feel free.
My city, said the emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius, and my homeland, as the son of Antoninus, is Rome, but as a man is the world. Consequently, what benefits both is my only good. Honorable Mayor John Calvin Jr., honorable commissioners of the Brownsville City Council, respectable authorities of the United States and Tamaulipas, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to receive the proclamation that is so generously granted to me, and for which I thank you with all my heart. More than 30 years ago, my father Leo Daniels from the Oratory of Far and the seminarian Mario Avilés, today Auxiliary Bishop of Brownsville, I was able to get to know this region and fall in love with it. And who was going to tell me that years later I would have the grace to live here? It worketh to drink water from the Rio Grande. Funcionó tomar agua del Río Bravo. I thank God for this great blessing. Doy gracias a Dios por esta gran bendición. I have received so much love from the people of Brownsville and Matamoros. Por eso no puedo sino amarlos y poner de mi parte para contribuir a que todos vivamos como una gran familia. Como un eslabón más, he procurado sumarme a la cadena de muchos que han amado a estas ciudades y han trabajado por su unidad. Bishop Daniel Flores, Bishop Mario Avilés, Bishop Raimundo Peña, who reads in peace, and many men and women of goodwill, among whom are numerous migrants who, with their person, their creativity, and their effort, have built and continue to build what today we are, a great region. You, says Jesus Christ, pray in this way, our Father. Ustedes, dice Jesucristo, oren de esta manera, Padre nuestro. When we pray, comments Saint Cyprian, we do it for the whole people, since all the people are as one. El amor, recuerda el Papa Francisco, nos permite crear una gran familia, donde todos podemos sentirnos en casa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us love and continue to strengthen the friendship between the United States and Mexico. Hagámoslo conscientes de que solo sabiéndonos miembros de una familia más grande, podremos comprendernos a nosotros mismos y realizarnos. Let no difficulty stop us. Que ninguna dificultad nos detenga. Porque como decía Aristóteles, el hombre sabio sabe sacar siempre de las circunstancias el mejor partido posible. Como el zapatero sabe hacer el más precioso calzado con el cuero que se le da. Thank you so much and God bless you all.
Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bishop Daniel Flores, I received this proclamation. He was unable to be here this afternoon. He's traveling to the National Eucharistic Congress in Indianapolis that has happened this week. But I would like to thank you for recognizing the work of the Diocese of Brownsville and Diocese of Matamoros and the work of both bishops for our people. I always said on the Mexican side, we call the Rio Bravo, and on this side, we call it the Rio Grande. But there's something common, it's home. And it's for home that we do all of this, because home represents the people that we love and where our hearts are. And our hearts and the people we love are here in this region. So we received this proclamation on behalf of all those people that call this region home. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to say it's wonderful to be able to recognize both bishops from our region, and this is a special day for the commission. I do understand that there are additional distinguished guests here present from Tamaulipas, and I want to say welcome. This is your house. We are here to support you and to work together and collaborate, and how better we can serve our people. So thank you and congratulations, bishops.
Hay pastel aquí, tenemos pastel y refrescos para ustedes también para celebrar este día. Muchas gracias. We have cake and some punch here available for all our guests to feel at home. Thank you.
Next items, public comment period. Just as a friendly reminder, for section 2-26, F1, A through E, and 2C, 1 through 5, meetings and agendas. Number 1, speakers cannot be disruptive, abusive, profane, or act in a disorderly manner. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. Use of cell phones, pagers, or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings are prohibited. Placards, banners, or signs are not permitted in the commission chambers, including various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent sentiments. Exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the commission are permitted. Only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais if report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the commission. It should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. All comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. Speakers may not engage in personal attacks, which include the conduct of the person being attacked that is totally unrelated to the manner in which he or she performs their official duties. So with that, Mayor and Commissioners, we do have a total of 6 speakers, 6 individuals who submitted public comments.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
Sure, we have a motion. A second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Mayor, would you like to continue with the public comment period?
Yes, Marina, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the first speaker for this evening is Sergio Lara.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. City Manager, my name is Sergio Lara and I am the son of Brownsville, Texas, born and raised in La Famosa Southmost, but have lived in Brownsville, downtown Brownsville since May 2019. I stand here today to speak against the recently passed resolution 2024-037 valet parking pilot program with a vote of 4-1. Now, for the record, I want to make clear that I am here on my own free will and that these words are purely my own. I'm not representing any other entity or corporation. I do not own any property or business and have no political ties to any agenda. Prior to this meeting, I emailed the City Secretary a letter imploring the City Commission to reconsider the vote on Resolution 2024-037, a plan to bring valet parking to downtown Brownsville. Why are we talking about downtown valet parking? Are we prepared for a hurricane? Are we prepared if Hurricane Beryl was at our doors? Are we prepared to have 186,000 people without power? Crime. The city ranks in the 15th percentile for safety. 85% of cities are safer than us. Economic challenges. A substantial portion of the population earns less than $10K annually. 32.1% live below the poverty line. Education. 20% of adults in Brownsville have less than a 9th grade education, and another 15% attended some high school but did not graduate. Health issues. As a type 1 diabetic for 18 years and now with stage 4 chronic kidney disease, this is probably the most critical. Brownsville is ranked as one of the unhealthiest cities in the U.S. with high rates of obesity and other health-related issues. This ranking is based on factors like access to healthcare, diet and exercise, and health outcomes. How is it that we're talking about a resolution for valet parking when these are the most critical issues that Brownsville faces? Now, a lot of things were said at this year's State of the City address, and without saying any names, here are a few of my favorite quotes from that long speech. One, decisions have been made to prioritize our residents' interests. We're ensuring transparency in decision-making. We're diversifying our tax base. We're increasing job opportunities. We're also focusing on keeping our people safe. Two, it is a privilege to work with a city commission that is dedicated to serving the public at every opportunity. Three, accountability and transparency have been key pillars for this administration. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Where's the rest of the iceberg? Four, on the prestigious 2024 Texas CMA City Council of the Year Award for 2024. This award recognizes an outstanding city council that has made contributions to the ethical governance, the prioritization of public welfare over personal and political agendas, effective policymaking, and financial prudence. These are some big words in there. I mean, I want to thank the mayor, the city commission, and all of you out there, because you are the ones that are going to take the city to the next level. One city, purpose,
Time.
purpose, projects. Where are the people? What people? Finally, where is the organizational
Thank you,
chart
Ms.
of the
Harlada.
city?
I appreciate your comments. Time's up. Thank you.
Next is Michael Rios. Next is Yolanda Spies.
Buenas tardes, comisionados y alcalde. Todos cometemos errores. Es parte de ser humano, ¿no? Sin embargo, cuando la policía comete errores, el impacto a los residentes de Brownsville puede ser grave y duradero. Durante más de un año he estado expresando mis inquietudes y preocupaciones sobre la mala conducta y el abuso de poder por parte de la policía. Ahora, más residentes están planteando los mismos reclamos y problemas. Estos errores están afectando negativamente a nuestra comunidad y ya no pueden ser ignorados. Necesitamos que corregir estos errores para garantizar que nuestros residentes se sientan seguros, protegidos y verdaderamente atendidos. Esto requiere una investigación exhaustiva de las prácticas y procedimientos policiales y una supervisión cercana de los involucrados. Debemos hacer que el proceso para presentar quejas sea más sencillo y menos estresante y sin temor a las represalias. La empatía, el profesionalismo y una mejor capacitación para nuestros oficiales son esenciales para abordar estos problemas. Debemos enfrentar la incompetencia y la negligencia antes de que causen más daño o peor daño. Tener el poder de servir y proteger conlleva una gran responsabilidad. Es inaceptable no usarlo de manera efectiva. Brownsville merece algo mejor. Necesitamos que mantener los estándares de una comunidad justa y desarrollada. Gracias por escuchar mis inquietudes y preocupaciones. Espero que juntos podamos corregir estos errores y crear un entorno más seguro, justo para los residentes de Brownsville. Pero hacer eso se requiere comunicación de dos caminos.
Next is Sunny Phillip. We did receive a letter which we handed out, similar to the one from Sergio Lara. So there was a letter that we sent out.
Welcome, Mr. Philip. You have 3 minutes.
Ready. Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners, and the City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sunny Phillip. I work for a housing nonprofit in the Valley. And first of all, I want to thank you for your service to the community. Okay, we formed the nonprofit to help the low-income residents of the Rio Grande Valley. We developed about 800 units throughout the valley, and we are proposing to develop a 236 unit on Robin Hood Drive. It is a 4% tax credit development. Very few people come to the valley for that development because they don't have enough money out there for the bigger developers to do it, but we are the only nonprofit who proposes that one. We are running into a situation of we may not get the go-ahead for it. And if you really look at it, the valley is flat in the Brownsville also. There is quite a bit of area under the floodplain. 26 feet elevation is the FEMA floodplain. And our property is at that level there, so similar to the surrounding properties. We are raising the foundation 2.5 feet, but we are not sending the water to the neighbors. We are detaining the water within that property there and slowly releasing into the system there. I understand that city is working with the Water Development Board for funding to develop the improvement. We applaud you and we are all for it because I have done that in my prior career for that. I'm very familiar with it. What we ask is we can do both of them because our property is about 25 acres. 5 acres is already utilized by the city for drainage detention. We are dedicating another 4 acres for extra detention there. There is another 15 acres in the surrounding areas. Although the city's plan of developing 40 acres may not accomplish, but you still can have at least half of them developed. We are willing to carve out some of the properties we have and will be able to increase the 236 families affordable housing is something big. We have $19 million tax credit, $6 million from the TDHCA. If you don't close it, we will lose that. And again, this is a loss for our nonprofit and also for the community. And we humbly ask that you place the 2 resolutions you requested on the agenda and pass it and also allow us. We received notification on May 1st from the city's planning department that the site plan and the building application, the plans and specs have been reviewed and approved. We are ready to proceed. Without your help, it will not. And we ask that affordable housing is a key issue for the valley and in Brownsville. You're doing an excellent job in bringing the jobs through Tesla and different things. But at the same time, 50% of the population
time.
below poverty. We need to move forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Richard Ashton.
Welcome, Mr. Ashton. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Richard Ashton. I'm speaking in support of the Robin Hood Terrace development. We received the planning comment letter dated May 1st that has a permit number issued by the city of Brownsville. We included this into the package that we submitted. We relied on this letter that specifically says that the engineering is approved, that everything is approved other than the plat. We relied on this so that we went to Cameron County. We finalized an agreement with Cameron County. We've gone to the state. We have started the issuance of the tax-exempt bonds on this development. At this point, if we unwind and unravel the bonds that we are committed to and our interest rate locks, we will lose millions of dollars in addition to the $40 million that's coming into the community to create this workforce housing that's desperately needed. This housing is needed, has a 2% capture rate. In other areas in the state, it's a 10% capture rate, which means that it's about 5 or 6 times more greater in need in the city of Brownsville. If we do not deploy these funds to create a development for the city of Brownsville, another city in the state will get the funds. And so it really is a disservice, and we really plead and would like to ask to work with staff. If there are questions and if there are concerns and if they vary from what is written here, we are more than happy to work to find any kind of solution. We are ready and available to do that. We do have a hard deadline to close. We have to close in August, so that's weeks away. So we do need to have, we are ready to write the check, pay for our permits, pick them up, and get everything going on this development. So we really appreciate your help, understand concerns, and would like to have an open conversation to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I am a homeless and I ask people for money. However, there is a city ordinance that prohibits that the poor and the hungry ask the public for money. On the other hand, the city write laws to protect and to give rights to animals, because animals, they depend on the public for their own existence. But you have to understand that the poor, the hungry, the homeless, we too, we depend on the public for our own existence. Let me tell you something. The Supreme Court, if you know what it is, has ruled that the freedom of expression means money. What that means is that the city ordinance that prohibit that the poor and the hungry ask the public for money is in violation of the people's freedom of expression. What the city needs, what the government needs, is the consent of the public to write such a laws. What the city needs is a public referendum. So the public decided whether they accept these rules or not. Because these rules, they create prejudice. They are racist. They discriminate by personality, by way of living, even by hygiene. And they build barriers between the public, the poor, and the hungry by excluding the poor from the social wealth, mobility, advancement. What I'm asking the city is that adopt a resolution that I've been proposing to you. I don't know how to write this resolution, but I can tell you that we, the poor and the hungry, we are not in violations of these city rules, because it is the public who have to decide it about this.
Time.
Thank you, Ms. Verlis.
Next, work sessions. The first work session is budget work session number 1 with City Commission fiscal year 2025.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Miguel Cavazos, Budget Officer for the city. I'll be presenting the first budget work session for fiscal year 25. Little overview what we'll be going over is going to be the 2024 recap, our fiscal year 24 end of year projections, the fiscal year 2025 budget guidelines, fiscal year 25 capital improvement plan, the fiscal year 25 capital outlay, and some key dates. A recap of fiscal year 24, we went ahead and funded the 4th year of our 5-year capital improvement program. We funded the 12% remaining market adjustments, 3.5 cost of living adjustments, longevity, higher collective bargaining agreement, Brownsville Police Department collective bargaining agreement for year 1 and year 2. These are our fiscal year 24 end of year projections. So these are our revenues. We are projected to have a 9% increase compared to our budget. The key factors here is our sales tax. We have a really healthy sales tax. We're projected to be 25% above our amended budget. We are also doing fairly well in our fees and services. These are our ambulance collection fees. I know our EMS billing department went ahead and implemented a new software, so it's been streamlining the process. Another key factor is our interest income. It's pretty much market-based, and right now the market's fairly well on interest. So we're projected to have a 47% increase. These are our fiscal year 24 end-of-year projections. We are projected to be under budget on our personnel, which is good. Well, not good, but there's vacancy savings here. Since we've been investing in our capital equipment and our building improvements, our maintenance has gone up as well. Overall, we have a 1% increase of our budget. Just a summary of what was just presented, we have revenues of 138 million, and we're projected to have expenses at 131.5, which gives us a surplus of 6.5 million. These are our enterprise funds for fiscal year 24 end-of-year projections. Bridge fund's doing fairly well. Public transit's doing okay with the transfer we provide from general fund. The golf center is doing fairly well, and the landfill is doing really well. We're projected to need additional transfers for our airport, motor vehicle, and the event center. These are our special revenue funds. Convention and Tourism Fund projected to have 838,000 fund balance. And our Street and Drainage Maintenance Funds projected to have a 5.3 million fund balance. These are our internal service funds for fiscal year 24, end of year projections. This is our Fleet and Facility Service Fund. A little short, 240,000. And this is our Enterprise Application Fund. We're in transitioning and changing the name to IT. We'll be short 235,000. Overall, these are our proposed fund end-of-year amendments. Start off with the enterprise fund deficits. So the event center for 250,000, motor vehicle parking system for 100,000, airports for personnel that we're providing support for 100,000. For the internal service fund deficit, 250,000. We're proposing as well an employee compensation for non-civil services for 2 million. Game of Texas for 120,000. Airport airline incentives for 2 million. Operational needs, we have Brownsville Police Department vehicle replacement for 139,000. The Enterprise Project Management Office technical support for 50,000. And IT subscriptions and 5G for 1.27 million.
I would like to just point out, if you can go back to the slide, is part of the surplus that for sales tax that we used in last fiscal year, we did use for employee compensation, and that's just in line with what we've been doing. When we see a surplus employee, like one-time stipend is what we'd like to give the end of the year, just because we, as part of our employee first focus. Thank you.
So our fiscal year 25 guidelines, people, purpose, projects. So projects that align with the City Commission strategic vision, fulfilling commitments, compensation strategies and options are our priority, and modernizing the organization by updating our fleet and technology. So this is our fiscal year 25 capital improvement plan, which is a total of 113.4 million, 52.6 million financed by debt, and another 60.8 million funded in grants and other revenues. The additional debt capacity is based on a 3% property taxable value growth. So these are some of the criteria for a capital improvement program. Is anything that's over 100,000 that falls in line with the City Commission's strategic vision, like public safety, community improvements, and city infrastructures. Funding the 113.4 million will still maintain our current debt rate at 25 cents. These are just some of the items that we went, the schedule items for fiscal year 25. Facility maintenance is 11.4. Streets, 10.3 million. The Brownsville Police Department Public Safety and Emergency Operational and Civic Complex, 6.7. We have trails for 6.9. Like I mentioned, it's 112.4 million total. Debt would be 52.6, and grants and other revenues would be 60.8. This is, we're entering our 6th year of our capital outlay program, which is we're continuing the 400 pay-as-you-go funding stream by the bridge surplus. So the criteria is anything that's under 100,000 and that has a lifespan of less than 10 years. So here you'll see our lawnmowers, you'll radios, Brownsville Police Department radios, our shade structures. So pretty much anything that doesn't fall in the capital improvement program plan falls under a capital outlay. This is the schedule for fiscal year 25. Since we fund 400,000, 100,000 will be for improvements, which is shade structures, and 300,000 will be for safety, which is Brownsville Police Department radios. This is the budget process key dates. The check marks is what we've gone through. Right now, we're on budget work session number 1. Next thing that will come up would be the budget draft filed to City Secretary's office by July 26th, followed by the budget work session number 2.
I'd like to also thank the budget subcommittee members because we've had 2 meetings on the budget, and that helps feed much of the decision-making that comes to, so we have budget subcommittee meetings prior to this, before we come to you with your first work session, and we're just here to take your input and any kind of comments from you. Thank you.
You have any questions?
I have a comment on the 6.5 million surplus. I'd like to see Country Club Road there. It's Country Club Road from VICC. That's been many, many years, many calls. I think we've spoken about it several times. And the ticket on that is no more than 150,000 according to Doro. So let's please take a look at that and consider it.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, we can look back and report back to that.
Next.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is with a work session on billboard procedures, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So this is a work session on the billboard procedures. This is just an overview of the findings that the department has seen throughout the 6-month pilot program. So we'll just start with the history of the billboard regulations. The billboard pilot program, which was adopted through the ordinance number 2022-235-102 and resolution number 2023-120. The year-to-date applications that we received, the summary, and the steps moving forward. So starting with the settlement that occurred between the City of Brownsville and Lamar Sign Company, it was signed on November 21st, 2008, which resulted in ordinance number 2008-1452C, which adopted to reflect the removal of 3 billboard signs for every new co-location site. And so the implementation of this ordinance began at the beginning of 2009. In December of 2022, the first version of the ordinance to establish a new procedure was presented. It was presented on December 6th. A revised ordinance presented as a work session item was presented as well a few months later. And so at these meetings, City Commission reviewed the existing regulations, provided addition, which resulted in the request to provide additional flexibilities for the billboard market. Existing regulations at that particular time limited the entry of billboards into the advertising market, and the new program sought to establish equal opportunity for maximum sign exposure. And so the revised ordinance was presented as a work session item on May 16th of 2023, and it was tabled at first reading on June 6th of 2023. At that particular meeting, the City Commission requested sign inventory to be done, which was deployed the following day on June 7th through June 23rd. There was a deployment of 10 employees, 75 plus hours of GIS development to create the inventory of signs throughout the city. The sign inventory resulted in 110 billboard signs, 1,090 pylon signs, and overall total major thoroughfares, both billboard and pylon, being 1,200 signs. When ordinance number 2022-235-102 was approved in August 1st, 2023, the provision to, or the requirement to remove 3 billboards to be able to collocate one was removed. Billboards were now permitted in the following districts: or agriculture, traditional neighborhood corridor, commercial corridor, regional center, light industrial, and high industrial. And all of this fronting major thoroughfares and highways. The minimum area based on the market analysis was 32 square feet per side as a minimum size, and a maximum area of 700 square feet per side. The maximum elevation was 75 feet, and the maximum number of signs permitted on per property was just one fronting on a highway or major arterial. Permitted illumination would be floodlights, inner illumination, optic fiber, hologram, changeable copy, and would be subject to text dot regulations. As an addition to these, the original provisions established through the ordinance, the City Commission did request to have new billboard applications be subject to 1,000 hours of public service announcements. And it was also requested for a 6-month pilot program to be established for the review, the case-by-case review of billboard applications. Following this, the approval of the ordinance resolution was adopted. Resolution number 2023-120 was approved on October 17th of 2023, which established a 6-month pilot program and basically the review procedure for every billboard application. And so basically it required, again, the public service announcement for changeable copies. It established review timelines by the department, timelines for the applicant as to how long they had to construct the billboard, and how the planning department was able to go and inspect the co-location site to make sure that everything was in order. So after that resolution was approved, we started getting applications for billboards. First, we received 3 applications, which were submitted in November of 2023. These were presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 7th, 2023, and then at City Commission on January 2nd, 2024. All these 3 applications were approved. Then these first 3 applications were followed by 1 application, which was submitted on March 2024 and presented to Planning and Zoning Commission on April 4th, 2024, followed by the presentation at City Commission on April 16th, 2024. And so this is just the summary sheet that was sent to City Commission for the first 3. Basically outlining the specifications, elevations, number of faces, if there were illuminated faces or static faces, the distance to the closest billboards, and basically the location of the co-location sites. And this would be, again, the summary sheet for the second set of applications, in this case, 1 that was presented in April 16th. So this map reflects the 4 that have been approved so far. There have been 4 approvals shown with the green markers, and basically showing where they're distributed throughout the city. These are primarily concentrated in the north of Brownsville along the expressway in Alton Glore. The yellow shading represents the residential zoning districts. And the blue dots represent existing billboard signs. Now, these radial buffers that are now showing on the map basically represent a spacing of 3,500 feet. The reason why we put 3,500 feet is because based on these first 4 applications that were approved, the shortest distance between one billboard to another was on average 3,500 feet. The shortest distance, to be specific, was 3,594 feet from one billboard to another. So for the findings of these 4 applications, as mentioned, these are all concentrated in North Brownsville, 2 on the expressway frontage and 2 on East Altiplor Boulevard. The longest distance to an existing billboard is 12,608 feet. The shortest distance to an existing billboard is 3,594 feet. The shortest distance to a residential district, which occurs on a collocation site in Alton Glory, is 217.22 feet. For this particular collocation site in Alton Glory, on the corner of Alton Glory and Stagecoach, there were some verbal concerns from residents because of the illumination and the brightness and just the proximity to residential areas and the overall aesthetic. And this is just a map to show how close that particular sign is. It's 217.22 feet to the closest residential neighborhood. After these 4 applications that were approved, we continued receiving more applications, which basically fall under the category of what we call tabled applications, because that's what occurred at the May meeting. There were 4 billboard applications, and these were submitted on April 3rd, 2024. However, they were not completed by the applicant, or they were not categorized as accepted by the department until April 10th, 2024. Then another 2 applications were submitted on April 8th, and they were not completed until April 10th, 2024. These were presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 2nd, 2024, and then presented at City Commission on May 21st of this year, where the recommendation from our legal counsel was to table due to the expiration of the pilot program. And just to clarify, the pilot program ended 6 months after the approval of the resolution, which would be April 17th of this year. So this is a summary sheet that was sent to City Commission for the May 21st meeting. Again, just summarizing the location of the collocation sites and the specifications for every sign. And this map just depicts where these are located. For this particular set of applications which were tabled, the markers that denote these specific 4 applications are colored in red. The blue, again, are existing billboard signs. And these are primarily concentrated in the southern portion of Brownsville. There is one of the applications out of the 4 that is in North Brownsville. However, looking at all 4, these are all generally towards the south. And again, we're just applying the 3,500-foot buffer based on what has been approved by the commission. So the findings for these tabled applications, again, there were 4 applications concentrating in Southeast Brownsville and 1 in North Brownsville. 2 are fronting the expressway and 2 are fronting South Padre Island Highway. The longest distance to an existing billboard is 5,300 28 feet. The shortest distance to an existing billboard is 1,570 feet. And the shortest distance to a residential district is, or residential use is 174.17 feet. And this is a map showing that distance relative to the collocation of the sign. So as mentioned, it's 174.17 feet to the closest residence. The final category that we have are pending applications. After we received the 4 items that were tabled, we received 4 additional ones which we haven't presented to Planning and Zoning Commission, nor have we presented to the City Commission because we're in the process of establishing a new review procedure. So these are all 4 applications that were submitted by different sign companies from Fiesta Outdoor LLC and Media Choice LLC, and submitted at different times. As you can see, for application 2024-02-469, it was submitted on April 15th of this year and completed on April 18th, which was 1 day after the expiration of the pilot program. There are 2 applications on this list that are still incomplete. They were submitted after the pilot program cutoff on May 20th, 2024. However, the application still remains incomplete. And then finally, there's the most recent one, which was submitted on May 31st, was completed on June 6th. In this map shows the general location. And again, in red are the proposed collocation sites. The blue are existing signs. And most of these are concentrated along Boca Chica Boulevard, generally in South Brownsville. And again, showing the 3,500-foot buffer. From what we found, there were, again, 4 billboard applications concentrated in South Brownsville, 1 on the expressway frontage and 3 on Boca Chica Boulevard. The longest distance to an existing billboard is 3,767 feet. The shortest distance to an existing billboard is 868 feet. The shortest distance to a residential use or district is 50.15 feet. But as you can see, as the groups of applications have been submitted after the ones that were approved, the distance has been slowly reduced. This is an aerial map showing the distance of the proposed collocation site to a residential use, which is 50.15 feet. And overall, looking at the entire picture, the overall findings, the concentration is primarily in South Brownsville, predominating billboard type is changeable copy. The average proximity to existing billboards for approved applications, and I'm just talking about the first 4 that were approved, is 6,972 feet. The average proximity to existing billboards for the table in the pending applications significantly reduces to 2,989 feet. The elevation for the approved applications on average was 50 feet, and for the table applications, 51.25 feet. So they increased in height by 1.25 feet. The average area or cabinet area for the approved applications was 462.5 square feet, and the average area for the table applications and those that are still pending is 496 square feet. Right now, the distance that we're seeing of 200 feet from a residential use where staff received complaints or concerns from residents, it seems to not be sufficient. We're asking the commission for feedback as to if they have a number in mind, or if you have a number in mind as to what protection can be provided for residential uses or districts, and if a land spacing requirement could be established that's greater than the 200 feet. So just options for consideration. We could continue reviewing the planning, the billboard applications by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Commission on a case-by-case basis with the established parameters. We can establish new parameters for administrative review and approval by just the department or the planning department, revert to former billboard prohibition, or we're open to any guidance that the commission provides for any new model for the review of these applications. Any questions?
So I was under the understanding that we were tabling everything because we were going to consider an ordinance. Why is an ordinance not on the options slide? And I'm not advocating for that, but that should be something that should be listed for the commission.
Well, the ordinance is written here. Whichever, for example, if we continue reviewing the way we've been reviewing, given that the pilot program ended that particular procedure, we would still have to bring an ordinance. We just brought this as a work session item to get feedback from the commission if there was a change. But regardless of the route to take, we would be creating an ordinance.
And I think right now, I know there's still some hesitance because I know we've had some no votes when we've had these come up before. The one thing I would say is, even with the 4 that got tabled, if all of those had been approved, the net increase to inventory would have been just about 7%. And we know the city's grown a lot more than that in the years since the ordinance was in effect for the 3-to-1. Rather than going to a full ordinance, though, because I know that there's reluctance to do that, I would encourage considering extending the pilot, maybe another 6 months, rather than going to a full ordinance, and then look and see if there's any uptick in the applications. But I don't see anything so far in the pending applications that concerns me. I do want to say that with regard to the tabling previously, I think I was the one that suggested that, and I think administration agreed. I think council just let commission know that that was an option for us, but I don't think council recommended that. And on the verbal concerns from residential, those concerns were raised when these applications were being considered, correct?
No, until the installation of the actual structure was done.
Okay, so they have continued after the installations have happened?
There's only been a few calls and presence at the office when residents come in and ask about these billboards.
Were they before or after the lights were turned on the digital ones?
Excuse me?
Were the concerns from residents nearby before or after the billboards were activated?
No, there weren't.
No, before or after?
Oh, after, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
After.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Rose.
Martin, I do think that we do need to pay attention when residents complain about the lighting. I mean, I previously lived close to a stadium where the sound was very loud, and I think that is important to pay attention to. Is there a standard distance that is considered best practices for lighting close to a residential area?
There really isn't. We proposed or showed the 3,500-foot buffer based on what commission has approved so far, but there really isn't any distance. Now, TxDOT does have the minimum distance requirement of 1,500 feet for spacing between billboards, but that's about it. That would be the shortest distance that
if I said, well, for lighting complaints, it should be 300 feet. Is that a completely arbitrary? It feels like a completely arbitrary number for me to throw out. There's no standard to go by.
Well, it would be.
I think what we said, and we had a internal meeting with staff analyzing this, and what we concluded during the meeting, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would really need to have a lumens, because TxDOT usually does it on major expressways. We would really need to have our own kind of lumen study with distance study, right? Rather than being kind of an arbitrary number, to Commissioner Gowan's point. We don't really know what that is because TxDOT standards are usually for major expressways, and we have TxDOT roads, which is Alton Glore, Boca Chica, and those roads. So we would have to hire a consultant to find out what that, we're not lumens experts. We'd have to find an expert that can tell us what that is. And also because, there is no lumens out other than text dot lumens, usually for expressways.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would also add that the average residential lot is about 100-foot in depth. And so if you want to space these illuminated lights away from residential, you think about that depth. And you said 300 feet, which would be 3 lots. We said 500 feet at the staff meeting, which would be 5 lots away from the sign. So 500 feet would be reasonable in our mind.
Right, but at the meeting, we also said we didn't know the amount of lumens, right? So there's a thing where, yes, because I think one of the residents from what staff said, and Martin, because they knocked on your door, right? Could you lower the lumens? But unless it was a requirement from before, I don't know that we're going to retroactively ask them to lower the lumens of something that can't be lowered. Because I think there was follow-up on that. Was that on the existing sign, if they can lower the lumens or?
Right. Well, I think there's a requirement, is there not, by text dot, that they have to be able to adjust so that if they exceed, they can be dimmed?
I really don't know,
Okay.
but there is a provision in the permits that gets submitted to us from TxDOT that they're in compliance with their lumen regulations. So that gets vetted by TxDOT and we take that as approved.
Okay.
Yeah, and that lumen criteria by TxDOT is going to apply to your expressways, not necessarily your arterial roads like Alton Glore or Ruben Torres. And you have to look at the context also. There may be appropriate places for bright signs on Boca Chica where Walmart is setting back all the residential thousands of feet, as opposed to Alton Glore or other parts of Boca Chica where residences are only 100 to 200 feet away from the street and will be negatively impacted by the brightness of the signs.
Thank you.
My concern is that we don't arbitrarily decide and then have to, I don't want more signs to be planted close to residential areas and we keep getting complaints, because I wouldn't like that if it was close to my residence. So I'm not prepared to throw out a number because that would be arbitrary, but I would like to know that the next sign that we place near residential is not going to create dissatisfaction with those residences.
I have multiple concerns, Martin, that would help me moving forward at a decision about the billboards. First and foremost, I've received a lot of those phone calls from, this is the Stagecoach one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's bad, bright, very bright. And so I have a couple of concerns. The first one is, first of all, thank you for not just this presentation, but I could only imagine how many hours your team has put in to all of the research that we have asked you for, right?
They have, yes.
I mean, you've used a lot of your manpower time, correct?
Correct.
That's concerning to me, right? My original concern when I voted against this was the fact that I would love to see the research on why we need more billboards. I would love to see the demand from customers that say they want more signage. Because I receive complaint calls. I have never received, nor did I before I voted on this, received anyone to tell me that they cannot advertise in Brownsville. I might be completely wrong, but that would help me in my vote to say, is it worth your man hours to continue to spitball here and 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet, we don't know, the lumens, hire more people, hire more consultants, add more time to this. My concerns start from the root. I would say that I would love to know, based off of whatever we're going off of why there's a need for more billboards, especially those that are coming up in that map that are really close to residents. That for me, I won't. It's beyond me. Even if it isn't a digital billboard, right? We still have to see the illumination, and we are not the experts. Is another concern of mine. So, again, thank you for the information. I think there's a lot more information and expertise that, if this commission, mayor want to continue, I think that we do need to hire experts. And I do think we need to hire consultants. And I think we need to invest a lot of resources and your time to figure out where the adequate places to continue expanding billboards in Brownsville would be.
Thank you, Martin. I'll add my thanks.
One final comment on that. I will say prior to this, Commissioner, I had received calls from several nonprofits and local businesses said we can't afford to compete with the corporations because of what the price of a billboard is. And I think the barometer for that for us is the 4 new ones that have gone up, we should drive by them and look at them. If there's advertising on them, then there is a demand.
I think so, but.
Yeah. But I agree.
3 of the 4 were for Lamar, right? Who own most of the
Yes.
billboards?
And the 4 that we tabled are a new company. Those are pending. I agree 100% on looking at the lumens and the distance from residents. I know for me personally, I'm just going to drive by these at night. And then I'm going to drive a little bit further away and a little bit further away. And what seems reasonable as far as, okay, this isn't bothering me anymore versus something that's very bright. I know there was a pop-up billboard that had shown up in front of Ultimo Taco at the expressway, right at Price. And that was very bright and it was at eye level. I know that wasn't something that got permitted by us because it was on a trailer. And it just showed up one day and was very bright, and people who were taking that turnaround started calling me and complaining about the brightness because it was distracting when you came around that turnaround. But I know that was something that was not permitted by the city. But I'm sensitive to those concerns. I know that's how I'm going to take a look at it and talking to residents in those areas. And I hope to be able to have a number that I'd feel comfortable with and that my colleagues would, hopefully by our next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, just to recap on that Stagecoach billboard, I know we had a long discussion about it and whether or not that billboard was going to impact residents. And then there was a discussion by the vendor, oh, this is not going to impact at all. They're going to position a certain way that will inhibit the lumens from affecting the neighborhoods. And so obviously it didn't happen. I mean, I drive by there and if I live there, that would, that presents a perpetual nuisance to those residents, right? You go in their backyard and that lights is flashing all day, all night, right? And so I think that's a mistake that we did. And I do not want to repeat that mistake. So I think I'm very hesitant to approve any billboards near any residential development. So I think that's, we need to maintain people's right to have a peaceful existence in their house.
I'd like to make a quick comment before we move on. I think as we continue to evaluate this pilot, we have seen that there's a lot of things that we don't want to make a decision on because then we can't go back and revert it. And I think it's a dangerous direction if we continue to accept them as we continue to build this ordinance. And then if we want to set a rule and we can't go back and make them abide by it, it's going to put us in the hot seat. So I prefer for us to really look at the data of the pilot that happened, the applications that came in, all the difficulties that went with it, and be able to go based off of that to build the ordinance. But I would not be in favor of opening up this again.
Thank you, Martin.
Martin, thank you. I know how hard you guys have been working on it, so I appreciate that.
Totally agree.
So what would the direction be that we would have to hire a consultant to really, I don't know that any of our, as in our office, our lumens experts, even engineering or public works, to really understand what that distance would be. So we kind of need direction as to do that, to not do that. And I just want to be able to, and or maybe bring it back. Are there more questions? I mean, I want to be able to give staff direction on this.
How much would a consultant cost?
We would have to see, Commissioner. So
And ranging around what, 100,000, 200,000? Just from what you've seen in your past experience.
Yeah, I don't know. we can come back. It's probably less than 100,000, probably less than 75, so, but, it's más o menos to do study, maybe like under 75, but-
Okay.
But
I mean, that's
think
just-
because TxDOT is TxDOT standards, right? And we're talking about city standards and there's TxDOT roads on city streets. So, yeah, but we can go through the exercise.
And I even think TxDOT standards on the highway, I mean, it can be very bright driving down.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
it's distracting the drivers. I mean, that's my opinion, but
Right, so we don't want to use TxDOT
I don't
standards.
think
We
we
want to use our own standards. We always talk
Right.
about, there's other standards and then there's what's right for Brownsville, so.
Also want to add in that I've seen a secondary effect to this, and that would be I've seen a couple of businesses put out a plasma TV outside of their business and they advertise. So I don't know where the miscommunication, if that is legal or not, but we're seeing other businesses try that avenue because they're inspired or influenced from the electronic billboards that they're seeing. And I think the whole purpose of us wanting to explore and give this an opportunity was to give small businesses an opportunity and provide some competitive rates into this market. But on the contrary, I've seen that it is the big business. They're the ones taking more of an advantage than it is for the smaller business. And maybe that's a conversation I can have sitting down with you, just so you can explain to me a little bit further into detail, like what are some hurdles or obstacles that may be for small businesses opposed to like, for example, Lamar, right? We saw Lamar bring in more, and then some of the small businesses, I mean, you saw 2 come in or 3 come in. So on the contrary, I just want to ensure that we explore on this, but on the same time, being careful with it as well. And so we did try this out for 6 months. I don't think we've ever opened up this type of market in a couple of years. And so I think that we as a commission, we're always open into exploring avenues. And I mean, we did give this a trial. We saw where this went. I'm not sure if this is a right method to go because there are different marketing avenues such as social media that we see that is popular. We've seen magazines. So there are multiple avenues in marketing, and we're not sure if maybe this could be the best route because once that sign is on there, it's there for years. And so we have to be very careful with the decisions that we make. And with that being said, those are my comments. And I just wanted to thank you, Martin, for everything. You always come on here with the utmost professionalism. And I know that you're just the messenger presenting on the information that you find, but your hard work is appreciated. It is noticed. And I just wanted to take that time to thank you. And I'm glad that Commissioner opened that can of worms to thank you because I was just thinking the same thing to you. You definitely go above and beyond, coming here every single meeting, presenting to us. And sometimes we are a little frustrated with our questions. And you're just the messenger, but you get that till end of it. So I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your efforts and your hard work. We definitely see that.
And Mayor and Commission, I also wanted to offer, since this is a work session and we do have a placeholder for executive sessions on any item that's mentioned on the commission agenda, we do have the option of including this in our executive session items this evening if y'all would like to discuss it further. There are certain things that I would like to discuss that I don't feel comfortable discussing in an open session as well.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Your advice is appreciated.
Next item, City Manager's update. Recognizing the 2024 City of Brownsville interns.
Thank you. We've had wonderful interns join us this summer. We have Carla Jimenez. She's in the Office of the City Manager. She's attending the University of Texas at Austin, and she's part of the Home to Texas program. We have Alejandra Marquez attending Dartmouth College. She's an intern with the mayor on a rotating basis, and she'll visit different departments throughout the city to really learn what good governance is. Valentina Mora, she's attending Boston University and interning with our IT department. And Cindy Salazar, I want to recognize her. She couldn't come today, but she's graduating from UTRGV and she's interning with our finance department. So hopefully we'll have future employees stay with us and work with us. I want to give them a certificate and recognize them for their hard work here and really learning about government. Really proud of that.
Congratulations.
Come back and work for us.
Next item, consent agenda items.
Entertain a motion here.
Move to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as stated. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next are public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1745 to disannex and hereinafter reduce the city of Brownsville boundary limits, a property described as being 10.034 acres of land out of 257.14 acres of land referred to as Tract 2 and being out of Lot 36, Paredes Tract Partition, Subdivision D, Share 19, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located on Cavazos Road, J. Clive, 3rd Drive, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, once again. So this petition is for a disannexation from city limits. This is for a 10.034 acre property, which will be used as a future residential lot. It is fronting Cavazos Road, also known as J. Clive, the 3rd Drive. And so the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 43, allows municipal disannexation. Basically says or provides property owners within a home rule municipality of more than 5,000 people the authority to petition disannexation from municipal territory if said municipality fails or refuses to provide services to the property in question. The following are basically steps that have to be taken by the municipality in order to present the petition to disannex to the city commission. And it's very similar to an annexation. It does have to be noticed in the paper. There are timeframes that have to be met, and a public hearing is always required. So as per our service plan that established with the city, police protection is provided to the property, fire protection, emergency medical services, solid waste collection, public water and wastewater services, road and street maintenance, maintenance of parks, playgrounds and swimming pools, vector control, and maintenance of other public facilities. And all of these just in general are the services that are provided to every property that are within the city limits. However, the applicant under this provision of the Texas Local Government Code argues that the city is not providing public water and sewer services. Basically, in this particular situation, BPUB does not provide the property, or they don't have service lines to provide service. El Jardín Water Supply is a company that provides water services to the property, and there currently isn't any infrastructure for sewer at this particular location. This is the map showing the aerial view of the property. And as mentioned, it is fronting Cavazos Road. To the northeast, there is FM 511. And to the south, there's Alton Bloor, also known as Dr. Hugh Emerson Road. And so basically the rectangular tract on the right, on the top right-hand corner of this image is the property that's in question of 10.34 acres. And so staff is here presenting the item to requesting a decision from the commission. Any questions?
I looked at this very closely, and like I do with anything, especially when we're talking about property, I do my Google Maps or I drive out there personally, and yeah, it's very clear. We're not providing any real services to them at this point. I don't have any objection to it.
Is this the first time this has happened? I mean, it's the first time that I've seen this come to.
At least in the time that I have been here in 7 years, yes, and from stories of previous employees as well. I don't think.
And in terms of, you know, updating the maps that we utilize to determine, you know, what's in the city limits, you know, who controls that? Like, you know, in terms of police, EMS, on the city side, right? You know, I don't want there to be a disconnect going forward when we start changing our maps.
Oh, no. So our GIS manager, Mr. Evaristo, some of you know him, he will create the update on the map, and then it gets distributed out to all the corresponding agencies because it is crucial information so that they can go about providing service.
That would be a concern going forward, making sure that everyone, you know, as we go through these types of issues, you know, that our database is maintained uniformly, right? Or however you have a system that makes sure that everyone's on the same page.
Right, right.
This will be surrounded by city though. And what happens with certain, so if there is a disturbance, PD's not going out there, they're calling the sheriff's department.
So if they opt out or of city limits service, the city doesn't have an obligation to provide the service.
Which I'm sure they would, because they're not going to be looking at a map, right? But what I mean is, they're just going to be cut out. It's going to be a Cameron Park situation.
Yep, and I can speak to that, Commissioner, because I had that experience when I was in high school. I was part of the first freshman class at Nevada High School when it was built. The front half of the campus was City of Brownsville. The back half was Cameron County. So yeah, depending on where an incident happened would determine whether we had to call the sheriff's department or call PD. That's one property owner. This property owner will know, and once the GIS is updated, 911 will know who to route. It should be the sheriff's department once they're cut out.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second. We have a motion and second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Like to have a roll call, please.
Yes, if we can have a roll call, please.
Start on this side since we usually start on the other side.
Nay.
Aye.
I'm going to say nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Rose.
Nay.
Have 4 nays.
Motion denied.
Motion fails.
And for future reference, if I may, I think I made a comment last time, when we do roll call, I ask if it could be randomized instead of going seat by seat.
Commissioner, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any concerns?
No.
Okay.
The next item,
You do roll call, I'll be first all the time.
what is that, Commissioner?
He's willing to be
Go
first all the
second.
time when there's a roll call vote.
I volunteer second. Public hearing number 2, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-001, 1746 to annex into the City of Brownsville boundary limits a property described as being 27.18 acres of land consisting of 16.58 acres out of Block 3 and 10.6 acres out of Block 6, El Jardín subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located on Dana Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So this is a petition to annex. This one everyone's more familiar with. It is a voluntary petition to annex into the City of Brownsville. The petition was submitted by CDCB. This is for a 27.18 acre tract, which fronts Dana Avenue. And the future development that will be located at this site will be a single-family residential development. Again, the Texas Local Government Code provides the authority to voluntarily annex a property into the city limits. A voluntary petition to annex is required, a written service agreement, a public hearing, and noticing to on the newspaper and all taxing jurisdictions and school districts. This is the aerial view of the property. It's again fronting Dana Avenue. This is the proposed site, 27.18 acres. And this is a render of the proposed development, Inwood 3 subdivision. Basically, it will be consisting of 80 parcels for single family of reduced lot size, 61 parcels for single family of larger lot size, which would be 5,000 square feet or more. In total, it will be 141 parcels with a proposed density of 5.2 lots per acre. And so just to point out as well, they have agreed to go through the entire development process, plat the property, and install the corresponding infrastructure to fulfill the requirements of the development. Any questions?
Questions by the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1747 to annex into the City of Brownsville boundary limits a property described as being 12.0 acres of land consisting of 8 acres out of Lot 5, Block 409, El Jardín re-subdivision, and 4 acres out of Block 11, El Jardín subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located on Boca Chica Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A.
Again, this is another petition for annexation. The petition was submitted by Rio TXUT LLC. It's for a property consisting of 12 acres. It's fronting Boca Chica Boulevard. And the purpose for it is future improvements to an existing mobile home park, specifically targeted to transient workers. I believe the audience that they're going after would be SpaceX employees. And with the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 43, all of the requirements have been fulfilled. This is the aerial view of the property. Again, it's fronting Boca Chica Boulevard. It's also important to point out that this particular property owner expects to extend the use to the 2 tracks that are to the east of this property. And this is the existing development. And staff recommends the approval to annex 12 acres into the City of Brownsville. Any questions?
On that same side of Boca Chica, Martin, if I'm not mistaken, there's a parcel there that's city limits, correct? Around that same area?
A parcel that's city owned?
I want to say that there's like a rectangle that just goes up right there. Would that be it right next to it?
I believe it's the one that's in between the subdivision and the yellow polygon. It would be, yes, it would act as a buffer in between. Questions?
Martina, my other question is they're gonna add in homes, right? Are they also building?
No, currently it's a mobile home park for transient users. They've been wanting to do upgrades, utility upgrades to it, but they ran into the hurdle that Cameron County required them to plat. Because Cameron County takes too long for their planning process, they decided to annex and go through the city to build under city standards. Once it's improved completely, the plan is to incorporate, as mentioned, the two tracks to the east to enlarge the current use.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions from the commission? All right.
Motion
This is a
to-
public, this is a public hearing, so
sorry.
if there's anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close public hearing.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Rose, you wanted to make that motion?
Sorry, motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for individual consideration. Action item number 1, consideration and action to approve a 2-year contract with NTT Data Americas, Inc. to install, manage, and operate the private 5G network infrastructure and smart city platform in the amount of year 1, $1 million, year 2, $2 million, year 2, second payment, $1,001,431. Information Technology Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Really excited to be here tonight, really, because I think is the project that I'm about to present is a project that's really going to impact multiple departments and the community at different levels. So, just a little bit of history of how we got to this point on this project is 22 months ago, I started working for the city. And there were multiple departments that needed information or needed a project to happen. And one of the project was the trails. The trails needed internet connectivity, needed cameras, needed call boxes. But the problem is that we didn't have the infrastructure. So we did an analysis and we got with multiple companies and we got a quote back and the cost to provide that service to those trails was going to be around $4 million. Then the same thing, the public works and engineering departments, they have a project for the traffic lights synchronization. So we did an analysis as well, and the project was going to be around $14 million. The parks as well, around $2 million to provide internet connectivity on those parks. Also, the police department has multiple cameras that are end of life. They need to be replaced here in downtown area. Those cameras are very critical to their operation because they are the eyes for the police department and they really use them all the time. Now the problem with that is that those cameras need a internet connection, and right now they're being operated with a point-to-point radio. And according to the IT manager, Albert Castillo, that is here, is that the problem is that the latency, the signal goes in and out during the day. And because of the weather, the wind, or whatever the case might be, and it becomes a problem. So with that being said, ask them, how far they wanted to get with this project, and they say, the goal of the city is to become a smart city. But what is a smart city? If you ask different people, they will tell you different things. It can be allowing the citizens to connect to online applications or online resources, getting your birth certificate online, getting your permit online, or you can ask people, say, oh, I want to be able to find parking in downtown area with an application. So if you ask me, it's really all of the above. Anything that allows you to get a better service, a faster service, and a lower cost is part of the smart city technology. So really it's building an ecosystem on all the services and applications that we have. So what I'm proposing today is the implementation of a private 5G network. So what is a private 5G network? So really a private 5G network is like a wireless connection throughout the city, but at a whole different level. It's a cellular signal that is a lot, faster, secure, and then actually, one of the main things is that it can help us reduce the cost on all those projects that I just mentioned before. So not having to go out there and do individual projects. With this project, we can create an umbrella where multiple departments will be able to use the service to complete their projects. And the other one is the mobility and micro slicing. We can utilize this network to, maybe collaborate with, the public utility company on their AMIs, their water meters, the gas meters, the electric meters, to connect to them. Most of the IoTs or Internet of Things out there require a cellular connection. Nowadays is a 5G. They're 5G capable. Another example is the parking meters in downtown that now we're paying for a cellular connection. So those are some of the cases that the 5G can be used. Now there's a lot more, but that's really what we are focusing right now. Now, the smart city, so the plan is to install, configure, and operate a managed private 5G network. The network will be ran in the city's fiber optics middle mile network that was created. So it's no secret that we install 100 miles of fiber. This network right here will utilize that fiber to take that internet connection to a whole different level. All of the city has priority site buildings that will receive an internet connection. It's 28 in total. So we will utilize the city-owned buildings to really, install those radios in each one of those buildings. So phase one, we are proposing the downtown area. There are several parks, and I will go more in detail on the next slides, but there are several parks in this presentation, 4 to be exact. We're also going to cover the public works yard, the downtown traffic lights, and we will install also a radio at the airport, where now the airport will have the ability to detect debris on the runway or be able to monitor the perimeter of the airport, or used for any other case that for the workers in the down the strip. So here are 6 use cases that we are really focusing on today. The first one, again, is the cellular connectivity. The city will not pay for a cellular connection, so I can actually connect my cell phone, city-owned cell phone, to one of the SIM cards, and with no need for me to pay an internet connection. Same thing with the park meter. Same thing with the cameras. It's not free, right? But it gives us the ability to connect multiple devices. So the other one is to pretty much surveillance the restricted areas, real-time crowd monitoring. That's another one. We have a lot of events in downtown. So those events bring a lot of people, and a lot of times the city is in a reactive state because we don't see everything. Now this system will have the ability to give you data in real time and provide you updates on what is happening. The other one we use case is the illegal dumping. We have a lot of locations around the city that people go and dump trash, and there's no way to tell who did it. License plates readers, as we know, there's a lot of auto theft out there. So this will give the police department the ability to catch one of them bad guys. Vehicle classification and the predictive analytics is the smart platform that I will go more in detail here in a little bit, that will allows us to get that data in real time and help us to be in a proactive state. Here are some of the use cases that we will utilize the 5G, the private 5G network in the first phase. Public safety, we see several cases there. Public schools is another one that any school that is within the reach of the 5G will be able to collaborate and work with them. So maybe provide some cameras or internet connection outside of their school areas. Public works, parks, recreational trails, briefly talked about that. Public transit, Wi-Fi in the buses, parking, bus stops, and so forth. Traffic planning operations, wrong way driving, there's another use case that is used for. Traffic simulation, airport, yellow line crossing, security line, wait times alert and predictions. And citizen connectivity, connectivity in transit, connectivity in weak cellular coverage area, and connectivity in public facilities.
I would also say that we were also discussing, we're going to just go with the Port of Brownsville. So with regard to how they can use from a maritime port standpoint, so our airport and also the port, and then their future build out. And, we're all short staffed at the end of the day. So if we can use technology to help us, our bandwidth, and just alleviate, especially from a public safety component, I don't know if it's efficient to have police cars everywhere, but rather in the areas that really need that policing or traffic control, right? Because we do get calls, our traffic lights go out. And so having a real-time detection in one area would help with that.
So in phase one, this is kind of like what is the plan for one of the plans for use cases for the downtown area. The plan right now, the city has 250 optical lenses. There's 55 cameras around downtown. Each camera has 5 optical lenses that monitor the streets. So those cameras really take, a good amount of bandwidth. So it really needs a good connection to get there. And the police department is planning to add 65 additional optical lenses of cameras. And really, this is going to help them to automate the license plate recognitions, allow the police to be more precise in their investigation, crowd monitoring for the city events that are happening in the downtown area, gun detection. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight here is the cost reduction, because by adopting this technology, the police department will be able to save hours on staff. No need to have a cop in every corner. Now we're going to have a system that will tell us what is really happening in real time. And the other one is their cars have dual connection or redundancy of cellular connection. So on this one, we can utilize the primary, the P5G, and the secondary, their other connection they currently use. So that there can be another cost reduction in there. Another one is for this in the downtown area with this we see this polygon here. It will help us as well with illegal dumping in all those streets around that area. Parks. So we have mentioned 4 parks. We got Dean Porter Park. We will install 4 analytic cameras. So pretty much to let us know what is happening in Linear Park, St. Charles Park, Downtown Rec Center. So in total, we planning on installing 10 cameras that will tell us what is happening. Cellular connectivity. One of the challenges is the park is the installation of cameras. In order to install a camera, you need the infrastructure. You got to run the cable, and that can be very costly. With this technology, we can deploy cameras or anything that we want, an internet connection in the parks, without having to go out and get somebody to do it. The other one is the engineering department in the airport. The engineering department, again, they needed in that area. There is no cellular connection. It was very poor. So the internet connection on their cell phone goes in and out. So sometimes they can receive calls. With this technology, we were able to give them a SIM card that they will have pretty much internet connectivity on their cell phone at any location in their yard. And the same thing for the airport. The plan is to cover the airport with a signal so that they can utilize it. So a little bit about the platform. So I think I went over a lot of the use cases and how it will get connected. But now is really what is happening on the background. So what is happening on the background is a smart platform that will pretty much get all the data that is coming in, like those videos, sounds, anything that is happening out there. Right now we have cameras around, but nobody's really telling us what is really happening until somebody gives us a call or somebody, sees it or things like that. But with this one, the technology is going to pretty much get that information, structure that data, and send those alerts with the information on how we program it. We can tell them, tell us every time you see a person with a gun, tell us every time you see somebody that falls on those trails and doesn't get up for more than 2 minutes. Tell us, when somebody is writing on the walls. We can also install, like in the city of Las Vegas, they have speakers where if somebody's climbing a wall, the cameras will detect that and they will say on the speakers, please do not climb the wall. So things like that can be used, and all this pretty much is automated with this platform because it's pretty much based on artificial intelligence. So I like this slide here because it really tells you how the information comes in and how it gets structured and how it gets pushed out depending on how we tell it to work. This slide is just mainly going a little bit more in depth on the smart management platform. It really tells you how it can be used in the public safety side, intelligent traffic management, environmental sustainability, energy, water, utility management, facility management, public transit and transportation. So there's a lot of things that we can do with this technology. And again, so many projects out there that need to get done, but they're just very expensive. And I think this technology will be the best way to go to get more with less. So the proposal is to, get a 2-year contract with NTT Data to install the private 5G network, manage and operate the smart platform for the city. And the benefit, again, is the high speed, a secure, fast connection. It will give us the chance to not spend too much money on the projects that we already currently have. And it gives us the micro slicing, the ability to be flexible. We can do so much with just one technology. And that's pretty much it on this presentation. Questions?
The only new question I've got, I see this is talking about 4 phases, but the slides only talk to me about phase 1 and phase 2. What's the timeline for 3 and 4, and what do those entail?
So the timeline really is on the need. Right? This is the reason we started with phase 1, because there was a lot of need. So what we've seen is the next phase, we got the traffic lights. The phase after that, we have the trails. So that's why that's 3 phases already. The 4th phase can be any other location that later on might come out and say, we need this area to be covered with a 5G. So that's why I put 4 phases.
And the amount we're considering tonight, that covers phases 1 and 2?
The amount that we're considering tonight is only phase 1, and there are some traffic lights within the coverage area of this phase 1, so we will include those corridors that are within the range.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Is in terms of the hardware cost, is that separate from this contract, or is that, for phase 1, right?
Yes.
This is just implementation of phase 1, right? This is not the actual hardware and software too. I mean, is this, this is just using NTT to implement and execute phase 1, but the cost associated with, I don't know if we have the full picture of that cost.
Yeah, I think what the mayor's saying is the question I had for you a little while ago is, so this is not the cameras, this isn't the detector for illegal dumping, for gun detection, for the 10 cameras at the parks, for the monitoring, for, all this, it sounds great. This is just the signal.
No, it does include the cameras in those locations, the parks, includes the cameras currently the police department have cameras, so we will utilize those cameras until they get, the additional cameras they're trying to implement. But so yes, it does include the hardware, which is your network equipment, your servers to operate the 5G. So this is why it's one of the most expensive phases, because this is where we buy in the equipment, the hardware that is needed to run the private 5G. But it does include cameras in all parks, includes the smart platform to give us those analytics, and it will include the license plate readers for the police department.
So it's in all parks or in the 4 parks you mentioned?
And
All parks or 4 parks?
only 4 parks, the one mentioned here, the ones that are within the coverage area.
Have you all just taken a look at the cost savings? Like what that would look like for the city long-term? Like, let's say we implement 1, 2, 3, and 4 moving forward for the city.
Well, it's a lot of work to do, right, on that aspect, definitely,
Well,
but
let me imagine, I'm just saying, have you taken a look at what that really does, like moving forward, hopefully?
not at that level. I really looked at it, all the projects that were already, in place, and the amount was 23 million. So, I'm very confident that we can do those 4 projects that I mentioned with a lot less and cover a lot more. But we can definitely work with, I think one of the use cases or the analysis that we can do is on the public safety side, how much, it will save them. And I don't know if they can talk about, the use case that they have right now and how important it is for them and how it's really helping them save costs.
No, I appreciate, it was a question. I do see the benefit 1,000% as far as what we can do. Just wanted to kind of get an idea at what that looks like from a numbers bottom line standpoint.
Salceda?
So at this point, good evening. So at this point, what we have, we run the license plate readers, we run the cameras, we run so many other sophisticated programs within our capsules, our units, and they're all maintained on subscriptions. So this would give us the ability to do away with all those subscriptions and be able to provide our own service, our own airtime. It also opens up, right, the grid for any and all other services throughout the department that we can attach to the 5G network. So just from us, I know right now we're looking at about $125,000 expense to get some of our cameras going, that we've kept on bandaging, if you would, and that they're completely out of life, and they are critical and essential to our operation. We are a fully data-driven organization, and it's giving us the ability to be able to function at an optimal level in this type of an environment where everybody suffers from resources and staff.
Will it work on their cars everywhere in the city or just when they're downtown during phase 1?
Only during downtown when they're in phase 1, yes. It only work, but the good thing is we can put a dual SIM card where we can get a contract with a cellular company and only, get billed when they step outside of the coverage area. So when they're in the coverage area, we use the private 5G. When they step outside, then they can go into the cellular, subscription that they currently have.
I guess that would be similar to roaming, right? You're roaming out of our network. And so you would be the cost would be in the other roaming area.
Yeah,
In the long term, the plan would be for the network to be built out to cover the entire city.
That will be the plan. And I mean, in other use cases that right now we have a lot of MiFis that employees, today we had a little issue, right? So a lot of people have MiFi. So with this technology now, we'll be able to have our own cellular connection in our computer, so we can actually stay connected anywhere you go within the coverage area. You can be in the park and you'll be working like you are in your office.
No, I think it's a great thing. I'm just worried about the cost at the end of it. What is it going to cost us to do the whole city?
I don't want to commit to it. Yeah.
The reason I ask you is because, Brownsville is not just downtown, right? And if we're just looking at downtown right now, it's a great start, but what is it going to ultimately cost us? What is the price for us to be able to do? If we're going to do downtown and the airport, I think was phase 1 as well. So is it just like little cones on top of them or?
Yeah, so it's just it's a radio that has a coverage area, right? So a larger than a regular wireless access. So I mean, to answer your question, if we just want to cover the most of the city limits, it can be around 15 million, but that's, most of the city, and that's just installing the private 5G. Now, there's still the cost for the other, hardware that might be needed, or applications that need to be built for, finding parking in downtown area and things like that. But just to cover, I would say the city limits, that's how much it will require. But I don't think we need to cover because, we got a lot of space outside, of the mostly dense areas.
So yeah, I think to his point, to Jorge's point about our downtown's the densest area, not only residential, but also commercial, right? And office of all of the city, right? So that's why when we did our BTX fiber, we started with this ring. It's also the hardest ring because of the infrastructure that we have. We will see with time, where that ROI takes us, to your point, Commissioner, because, this will be phased throughout time through our capital improvement program and our technology fund. We have a funding source, a technology fund that funds this. So that's not to say within 3 years we'll all be covered. It may not make sense at that point. We have to see who we're covering and why some cities, to your point, they want to do everything with the 5G in smart cities. But the question that we have is, what are we solving for? What pain point? And so public safety is a pain point. There's certain pain points that we want to solve for. Let's solve for those first, and then also review how we're doing, right? And then determine the path forward, rather than saying we're going to do the whole city. Well, let's see what we're doing, how we're doing, what we're solving for, telemedicine, other areas, what we're solving for, and then decide how much we want to expend more at what time.
No, it's great, again, but this isn't just like if we're gonna do a little pilot, this is $4 million. It's $4 million plus those extra little chips so the cars can go outside the area. For me, it's a lot of money for us to not really know what is it gonna do? How important is it? What about the fiber that we're putting in? Is that not gonna be something that's gonna be able to help us in the future to take care of these issues? And Jorge, every time you come in with great things, but they're all very expensive, right? So I'm just trying to say, all right, let's figure out what we can give, what we can hold back, and try to go from there.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Now, on the question on the fiber, right now, just to connect those cameras with fiber, so there are 55 cameras. Each camera will require a 2-strand, right, fiber optic. So that's 100 strands of fiber that are needed. We only got 360 spare. That's just the cameras. Now, if you want to put cameras in the parks, now you're talking about 100 more. So by the time we're done just with this phase, I'm talking about just phase 1, we'll be talking about 1,000 strands of fiber, and we don't have that. So that's why we're utilizing the fiber that is going into the buildings to stand up those radios.
My question is this a continuous cost? Meaning that in year 3, are we going to come back and spend another 1 million?
No, it's not. We're not gonna spend another million. This is, again, it includes the hardware, the installation, and the deployment of the smart platform.
Okay. And then how much do we have in the technology fund?
So right now, I think we can start or.
So part of this is coming from CIP money that was budgeted for the parks cameras. So about 300,000 from that. Then another part of this was in the surplus funds that we talked about during the budget. Then going forward, the technology fund will be funded from the BTX fiber, our dark fiber, and hopefully we can find some customers too that would take advantage of this 5G. So there will be a funding source for this. We can also use COs as part of our CIP project. This is in our CIP project, so we can go forward with that. The thing that I would note, and I think Jorge mentioned it, is we don't want to use our BTX fiber to do cameras in our parks and cameras in our streets. It's very, very expensive. And we will be making money off of that. We need to use that to fund this and then fund this at a much cheaper rate. If we were to have fiber and the network that was needed everywhere to fund the operations that this is going to fund, it'd be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And then you have to be maintaining that. This is a great solution. It's going to cover a densest part of our city. It's going to help the police tremendously. It's going to help our parks tremendously. This is going to be a set of eyes in our parks we haven't had before at a much cheaper cost than was originally thought about when we budgeted for that. So Parks was very happy to use their funds to fund this project because it ends up providing them with a better, more efficient, more effective service. The technology fund will be funded. We're trying to find a rate consultant to do fiber. They're hard to find. And so we're trying to find somebody that'll help us look at all of our expenses and all of our potential revenue and then determine what our rate should be for our dark fiber as well.
On another question I had for you, Jorge, is why did you decide on the airport and not, like, let's say Oliveira Park, which is one of our most used parks right now, where we have all these, I mean, there's people painting on every restroom. They're breaking every door. Why don't we go fix that when, instead of looking at the airport right now, which I'm sure has a lot of security?
So, I mean, the airport was included in this one because when we went through the CIP projects, this was one of the projects that they wanted to implement, but they just didn't have the technology, like the perimeter of the fencing of the airport. So that's the reason why it was included. Now, that doesn't mean the parks are less than the airport, but that's really the reason. Now, there's no, we can actually move that radio that is on the airport and put it on the park if it, if needed. But really, that's the whole reason why.
We can also have we have BCIC funding, so maybe that can fund with the quality of life projects. Maybe that makes a case for funding Elevata Park, right? So I think the airport has had a lot of accidents in terms of cars running into the fence line. There is a security issue there that we want to really think about it and so Commissioner, but we do have other funds through the quality of life that we can possibly add that park to it, right? So we can look at that cost.
Thank you. And I do like that idea of seeking out and being resourceful and seeing if there is another entity that could help possibly fund Oliveta Park. I do agree with Commissioner Cardenas' comments. And so since it's in high attendance, obviously there'll be some form of correlation with high crime as well. So yeah, I think that would be great, asking another entity to help out with Oliveta Park. And hopefully we can get some support with that.
Rose has a comment.
I do. I think this is excellent, and we have to begin because we are very behind many other cities. The concept of having more eyes on the street, whether it be parks or downtown, is very important. And I believe the rest of the parks or many other parks are included in phase 2, if I heard the presentation correctly.
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct.
So-
that is the
so
plan
that
to
is al-
include them.
So that is already included. And my other question is whether any grants, and I don't mean to be CIC, but are there grants out there that help fund this type of IT advancement?
Yes, so we actually just applied for a grant last week, and with the help of NTT Data, I can say about NTT Data, it is a very global company that specializes in this area. So there's a reason we decided to go with them. The grant that we apply for, we apply for is really for the transportation and quality of life for the citizens. So we actually apply for $2 million, and if we do get that first grant, we actually qualify for the second grant, which is $50 million. So we created the application with to start the foundation on something that we can build on, and that's definitely including the trails, because it'll be a way of moving people, transporting or people walking through the trails, go from point A to point B.
So as we begin this, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, And so as we begin this first two phases, then you will simultaneously be working on acquiring those grants. Am I right?
That is correct. That's we actually working as, you know, in parallel, correct.
And of
That
course,
was
we
what I
will
was
know
going to
what,
add. That's exactly what I was going to add. If we're funding the first million, if we're successful getting the grants, the technology fund won't have to fund them, the grants will.
and Jorge, is it also possible that if we wait any longer, the costs of this type of technology will rise?
Definitely. I think we are at a peak of artificial intelligence, and right now is the time to get on board with it. Waiting longer will definitely increase the price. I mean, we've seen on the past year the increase of technology, you know, cost. I mean, some subscription went up to 400% increase. You know, and from last year to this year, most of them are 35 to 40% increase. So as we wait more, it will be more costly, definitely.
In fact, we're going through budget season right now, and then the same subscriptions are going up. And, you know, because we've been meeting with every department and really seeing, do you really need that subscription? Yeah, we need it. It's working well, but it's going up 400%. So that is the reality of our budget with some just renewals.
So Jorge, thank you for your hard work. I can barely work my cell phone, but this presentation was very clear, and I appreciate your effort.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I do have a question on the technology side. You know, obviously technology changes at a rapid pace. You know, is there any talks about 6G or another type of technology above this that, you know, last thing I would want to do is invest in something that's going to be upgraded in the very near future, right? Where we're getting it at a, you know, an older technology. So I just want you to be able to comment on that.
Yes, no, 5G started, you know, I would say 10 years ago, but it didn't really mature until now. So I think the private 5G network will be here with us for at least another 10, 15 years. I don't see another technology better than this one coming out anytime soon, because this is the latest. And I think we've been hearing about 5G for a long time.
Yeah, there would likely be enhancements to how 5G networks operate, but it's not likely we'll see a different standard come into play.
And last question is, how long would you take to implement this?
I mean, it can be pretty fast. So we were thinking within 3 to 6 months. So it will be a fast installation.
Thank you.
Jorge, are you familiar with any other cities that have implemented this?
We actually went to the city of Las Vegas. We took a trip out there, and we saw the technology in real time. I think I mentioned about the speakers, and then I saw the police in strategic locations, and then you just see them go, and they go to an area where there's a crowd, you know, acting aggressively or anything, or, you know, things like that. So we saw it working on real time.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Congrats, Jorge.
Thank you.
Next item, board appointments, consideration and action on resolution number 2024-070-A to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove one regular member to the Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning and Redevelopment Department. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For Commissioner Gowen, she would like to hold this for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item is executive session. Mayor, it is now 7:20 p.m. Would you like to make a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Sure, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Have it. Motion carries.
Thank you. For the record, I will be reading the next items. Closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to city-issued bonds, Office of the City Attorney. Executive session number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to solid waste services and recycling, Office of the City Attorney. Item number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, including pending litigation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to project release and Grand Prairie et al. Versus State, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office. Executive session number 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, real property deliberation related to BTX Fiber, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office. Executive session number 5, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Domino, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office. Executive session number 6, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to BCIC Quality of Life, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office. Executive session number 7, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Picasso, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office.
Oh, we have to wait for Ms. Helen? Oh, she is.
It is now 10 p.m. Mayor, would you like to reconvene with the regular session?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The next items is possible action on any items as discussed in executive session. There's items 1 through 4 and 6 through 7 that have no action. So Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
On number 5, Mayor, I'd make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session related to Project Domino.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now 10 p.m. Meeting has ended.
Rosary?
10 p.m.
Want to pick your pocket?